Alrighty, kia ora koutou, welcome back for second day of workshops. We've got Venture Timaru, so we've got Nigel Davenport presenting today. Welcome this morning, should I say. Councillor Thomas is online, and we've got an apology from Councillor Pillington due to bereavement, and Councillor Scott, I think, is just going to be late. So Nigel, pass over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everybody. The first part of this is, as discussed and agreed, it's a snapshot of the last year for you. Obviously, we've got our economic briefing that was rescheduled from last week till next week, and then our annual report and audited financials, etc., are due for presentation, including the statement of service performance and everything are due for presentation to you all in October. So this is very much a quick snapshot overview, focusing in on obviously the agreed KPIs from last year, so we're talking 25-26, then our financials, and then the bulk of the presentation is based off the questions Steph sent through, focusing and looking forward. So jump in, otherwise you'll just hear me carrying on. So the first one, as I said, those are our 5 pillars for the 25-26 year. Sorry it's a bit busy, but it's, whoop, who's doing that? Not me. Okay. The first one, attract new business. We've got our 2 KPIs there. Both of those have been achieved through the course of 2025-26. The existing business, likewise, over 370 engagements with business, local business, really understanding where they're at. A number of them that we hadn't engaged with before, talking around their growth opportunities, challenges, capability, those sorts of things. So you can see the split there between tourism and ED. So the detail sitting behind this is in our statement of service performance, which has been collated as part of our audit, which is underway at the moment. I can take some questions as we step through. The promotion of the district as a destination of choice. The event, it's the other way around, sorry, those two, I've got those wrong. So the ongoing will complete is the second bullet point. So the cruise sector, you would have seen last week, was the cruise conference, National Cruise Conference, to review the 25-26 season. So we're just waiting on some data out of that, and then we will complete the return on investment. So remember, Council provide funding, separate funding to our operational to support the cruise sector. So we'll get that completed ASAP. The event ROI, so that's the Major Event Support Fund. So we report on those quarterly through our annual quarterly report. The event ROIs range from, for every dollar of major events fund, economic return of $25.20 up to $75. So those are across the likes of Brews on the Bay, Caroline Bay Rock and Hop, World Tennis Tour, etc. So remembering we can only complete that for those events that are ticketed. So we get the numbers. The investment achieved, Regional Investment Fund, or the RIF. So that was us. We introduced OPUA right at the start of things around their application into the Regional Regional Investment Fund through our contacts at Kanoa to help that application through, and they received, I think it was about from memory, it was about 20.6 million loan to help accelerate their remedial work. Major Events and Tourism and Fund, that was sitting alongside South Island Masters Games. So out of the Major Events Fund, there was 25k granted, and then the application into the Major Events Tourism and Fund, they received another 75k. So that is to elevate and promote the 25 years, I think it is this year, coming up next month. So I trust all mayor and councillors and staff have got their applications in to participate in the South Island Masters Games coming up. Not next month, October, sorry. And then the other introductions made through the course of the year as well. So the new business, sorry, just going back to the new business, I didn't mean to step over that. So that includes also the Make Timaru Your Business campaign. So the course of last year, 14 new opportunities, 5 direct and 14 from our 5 direct and 9 from our referral sources were received. And we also currently have in excess of 210 local business advocates that are utilising their networks and the Make Timaru Your Business collateral to, alongside us, promote the area as the place to do business. Those new business deals through the course of the last year totalled 32 across energy, meat processing, accommodation, residential development, future foods, horticulture and training, and we'll provide you with a full update of those in our economic briefing next week. There are 5 smaller businesses that we set alongside that to help them SMEs, including the likes of Bonnie Day, BlackRock Adventures, Timaru Solar, GEMS, which is an IT platform, and also the new accommodation out at home station. So the team worked alongside those entities to help get them established and step into being operative. The existing business, just going back, some of the opportunities identified and introduced include some waste valorisation, including introduction to council waste team into some work that was being done in Lincoln.
Hold on, sorry, we're just not getting sound for Chris. Oh, you fixed it? We're all good. Okay, perfect, thanks.
You want me to start again? Yeah, fair enough.
It's okay now. It's okay now.
All good. Introducing some of our existing businesses to some local training opportunities, local business purchase, aerospace and the likes. Again, this detail will be in our statement of service performance. Introductions, obviously some of the new business opportunities we're engaged with, introductions to Prime Port, TDHL, service providers, TDC, etc. One of the ones introduced conflicts everywhere here, but introduced Tennis South Canterbury into one of our local businesses who's aligned to a global entity, and they secured some support both locally and nationally in terms of sponsorship. And local businesses into the Invest NZ work we're doing in the energy sector. Capability included Qualmark certification, digital, social marketing, etc. The team on the visitor side are doing an awesome job with creating more offerings in that visitor space and elevating up those existing operators into Qualmark certification and the likes. The last one there around the workforce, you will remember that we had a we established an initiative that went national called My Next Move. That had been funded for over 9 years, originally through the original Canterbury Mayoral Forum via MSD. That funding was ceased as at June last year. So when we put our statement of intent in last year and it was finalised before the end of June, it was on the understanding that we were going to be successfully retain that funding, but it didn't occur. So that work in the workforce area was curtailed, and it aligns obviously to the new strategy where our focus is very much on new, existing investment and promotion. I've spoken about it a couple of times. So I sit on the Canterbury Aerospace steering group, and there's an aerospace strategy for Canterbury, and I wanted to make sure that provincial Canterbury were part of that picture. We've established our own group of local business that are either involved already or keen to be involved. And one of those parties, there's hopefully going to be a story in the paper very shortly. One of those parties has had major success initially to get involved in that sector. So it's really, it's a burgeoning sector nationally, but especially in Canterbury. We have some great assets here in terms of our airports, right up through into the Mackenzie, including our own. But we also have some significant capability in precision engineering, the two drone companies that are here and others, industrial controls and others as well. So some of them are indirectly involved, and our role is to ensure that they're at the forefront of opportunities that arise further afield, but also opportunities we can bring into the area as well. We pulled this group together. We pulled them together for the first time to introduce them to the Canterbury Aerospace Strategy in October last year. And we've had 2 meetings this year. The first meeting was a facilitated one. We brought down 3 companies out of Christchurch that are actively involved in the aerospace industry. And it was basically saying, hey, this is who we are and how we operate. This is what you need to do to be part of it. And at the end of one of those presentations, the guy stood up there and he put it up on the screen and he said, this is a widget I would like made. That's the challenge to you. And I think it was 3 or 4 local companies engaged with him to see what they could do. And I'll leave it there because there's the story coming out. So, moving forward, we're attending the New Zealand Aerospace Summit in Christchurch at the start of October, and we're looking to take up 3, 4, hopefully a few more local companies to be part of that. We dovetail into the work that Christchurch NZ are doing and the big stand that they have, and it's basically a summit where those involved in the aerospace and those wanting to be involved in the aerospace come together. So we've got some significant capability down here that can sort of pivot or is already quite aligned into that sector. And it's, like I say, it's everything from precision engineering to electronics and etc. We flick out hopefully you've seen it, we make sure that, and I know you have a lot of reading, but we make sure that you're all, including the SLT members, are party to our aerospace newsletters and the work we're doing in that space. So. I'll keep going. Yep. Our financials there, our SOI that we put in for the 25-26 year way back in, I think it was April 2025, projected a small loss of 3,000. The draft deficit at the moment is sitting at about 81, but we've explained there that that has largely been funded, one-off costs associated with those things listed there. They're one-off, they're non-recurring, and obviously our ongoing commitment is around driving efficiencies and implementing cost savings, and we've had those discussions directly with yourselves. And the bit down the bottom is just really a bit of a summary of some of the differences. The big one there initially is funding from local government, which is the funding from yourselves. So that 1465, as per the SOI, that included our full operational funding for tourism and economic development, also included the full 245 for major events and the funds for cruise. The difference is that there was an underspend on the cruise and also an unallocation of the major events fund, and we've taken those off our ask of you this year. So we've already invoiced you and been paid. So in the current year, it's the 245 less our underspend from last year, which we've just carried forward.
So Nigel, with that 245 for the events fund, so if you don't spend it all, is that because you haven't had the uptake of people coming to you, or is that because you've decided you're not going to?
No.
Allocate.
Primarily, there were 2 events that we funded that didn't go ahead last year for various reasons. There was some, we kept our powder dry with a small amount of about 30K. Just, we only have the one application, which is around this time of the year, because the majority of our events occur through the spring and summer period and early autumn. And last year, we decided, both management and board decided, let's just keep a wee bit back in case something comes out of the woodwork. But then we also had a couple of events that didn't go ahead for various reasons. So most of the time, OJ, we are oversubscribed big time, and we just have to be very, mindful of spreading.
Where does that 245, Nigel, sit in your expenses? Sorry, that.
It sits under. What do I do? Push that one. It sits under that total 1465. It sits under there.
No, as your expenses. So when you give the money out.
It'll sit in other programs down the bottom.
Other programs. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the same with the cruise. There was a small underspend there, so we've just taken that off the amount that was approved in the current year. Moving into the queries that we were asked to speak to, I just want to set the scene a wee bit here. So, as we're aware from the box on the left-hand side, the board and I instigated our strategy reset in November last year, and that reaffirmed our approach and focused approach into that business attraction, development, investment and promotion areas. There was the 17A review that was undertaken towards the tail end of last year and finalised early this year, and that independently tested who we are, how we go about things. That confirmed alignment of the reset strategy as completed by us and that enhanced status quo approach. So validating and retaining our CCO model with a sharp and strategic focus on those areas. And those outcomes have been reflected in our existing year, so the 26-27 Statement of Intent, and also our organisational structural review that was recently undertaken and completed. The other part of the scene setting is obviously the pending local government reforms. It brings a degree of uncertainty on many fronts across not just us, but the broader district and wider area. But I actually believe it creates a really unique and exciting opportunity, not just for our sandpit of economic development and regional tourism, but a broad range of things so that we can set ourselves up to be the best we possibly can be for the next 50, 60, 80 years. Not that I'll be around for that, but I think that's really the approach that we would look to be taking in relation to our sandpit, which aligns, I believe, very firmly with the approach that you're all taking as well. So I stepped into the amalgamation feedback that was received by Council recently, and there seemed to be, in my view, a clear consensus that ED and tourism were important. There's no preferred structural option at this stage. There's a bit of water to go under that bridge, but that was a summary of some of the key points that I took from that. And that was actually reaffirmed. We had the program director from DIA that's responsible for your reform or the reform of local government speak to us in Wellington, and it was very clear that from their perspective as they step in that our sandpit of ED and tourism is in there, not as a core, but as a focus. So I just wanted to set that scene because we've gone through, when we've been asked to look forward for the next 3, 4, 5 years in terms of what might change, we've undertaken, as you'll appreciate, over the last sort of 6 or 9 months, a real deep dive and a reset as far as economic development and tourism goes, and how we do it and what we're focusing on. So that's sort of setting that scene. So the first question we were asked to comment on was the nature and scope of activities. Our position, as stated up there, we've undertaken, just reaffirming that, we've undertaken those two things recently, and we believe as a result of that we don't see too much change of what our nature and scope of activities, focusing in on those 4 things that make our boat go faster. We believe they are or will remain broadly consistent through to 29-30. Any material change, I think the rider down the bottom there, change in the scope or nature of it beyond the current year, at least in the immediate future, is likely to be driven by the outcome of your amalgamation in terms of structure, not so much what is done in this space, but how and where, I think is probably the point I'd make. I'm keeping going. Yep. Next one was around our KPIs. So again, a lot of work over the course of the last 9 months especially has taken place around our KPIs in conjunction with the workshops and discussions we've had with you. Very much focused on our activity in that business attraction and development space with new and existing business, making sure that it's the bang for the buck in terms of we're focused in on those two key areas. Off the back of that is obviously the investment, ensuring that we're advocating for the area, both in terms of attracting central government but also private investment as well, utilising the networks that we've got through locally, regionally and also nationally to make sure that this part of the country is front and centre of people's minds when they're either looking to establish or grow their business, or alternatively central government in terms of some of that investment and or support. And it's not always about handout, it's actually about hand up, which was evident, I think, in the positioning we've started and the work we've been doing with the Mayor around some of this advocacy, which is really only just kicking off. The promotion is primarily focused obviously in on the visitor side of things, but the reality is, as we know, promoting an area for someone to come and visit is not too dissimilar to promoting an area for someone to come and establish a business and or shift their family here to work in one of our good businesses as well. And the key with that is ensuring that we maintain our position as the RTO for the district, so we have a district-wide approach to the promotion. We line up, obviously, with the great work that's done with the Boost team in Temuka, the community boards out at Temuka Point and Geraldine, and also Geraldine NZ as well. So we believe, I think it's important too that now we've had a big refresh of both our strategy and the aligned KPIs, that our approach is that they remain consistent for the immediate future, because you've got to be able to compare, have that trend analysis and compare year-on-year performance and that as well. So that's the basis of where we're coming from moving forward. And then there's those other ones it's important for us to keep an eye on. These are ones, the monitoring indicators are the stuff that we need to keep an eye on. Our unemployment rates, I just see the June figures have come out and we've had a big drop in our unemployment compared to the rest of the country, which has gone the other way. The big one for us too is this GDP per filled job. So this is all about productivity. We can't influence GDP growth directly, but some of those other things are, especially around that GDP per filled job, that is really the big target for us, I suppose. You will have seen some of the productivity figures that we shared with you. We actually perform pretty well across some key areas, construction and manufacturing and that, compared to the rest of the country. And also, obviously, our household incomes and household affordability are right up there as well. So it's a mix of very much targeted activity and the success that comes from those, but also ensuring that we keep an eye on some of those key monitoring indicators going forward. And as has been highlighted recently with the press release as part of the contribution report, we are doing very well in some very key areas, and but like anything, we can always do better as a district. I knew you were going to ask me that, and I'll come back to that. I've got it on the...
We're going to be showing this afternoon.
So
later on today. Because you can't be complaining about that if it's 1 or 2%.
So I think traditionally full employment is seen as about 2.5% in general terms in economic basis. That's people either between jobs or stepping into retraining for jobs. So the national unemployment rate for the period through to the 30th of June was 5.4% unemployed, and ours in the period through to March was 4.3. We are now down to 3.7. So we're heading in the... And you look at some of those other ones, our GDP for that period grew 2% versus the country's 1.7. Consumer spending 3.4% versus the country's, an increase, versus nationally 0.6%. I haven't got those figures, but yeah. I think it comes back to that diversity of our industry sector base again. You know, we're an economy that just goes along. We don't, as the Mayor rightly pointed out, we're not a squeaky wheel because our economy tends to go along really well off the back of that diversity. But notwithstanding, you know, the last year or two has probably been the hardest from a broader economic performance that we've had in probably the last 20 years. But we are coming out the other end very, very strongly.
Can I just, Nigel, ask about the minimum of 60 new business and referral source engagements per annum?
Yep.
So how do you track that, and what do you class as being an engagement? So like, do you have like a whiteboard where you do an engagement and then tick? I mean, how does that sort of work?
We use we've presented in our quarterly reports, you've seen the new, the second point down there, attract and assist new business, implement database of all activity. So we have a HubSpot CRM that we utilise with all the graphs. It gives us it tracks all that engagements and prompts us to, like any good CRM, fully aligned into our Outlook and our calendars. So when it's an individual, we don't double count anything, but if Owen Jackson, food processor, comes to us via one of our referral sources. So those engagements, it could be that engagement, that initial engagement is a face-to-face, and primarily if it's out of the area, it might be a Teams, but it's also just counting those referral sources as well. So we're not double counting the individual engagements with that opportunity. But just coming back to that, our role as the Economic Development Agency when those opportunities come in front of us is to ensure that we're connecting those people to the right people locally. So we've had one recently, came to us via Make Timaru Your Business campaign, and there was a need for council, Prime Port, TDHL, a couple of local transport operators to be involved. Our role is making sure that if I can use the term, I think we're well past it, the connotations of Team Timaru, but it's that approach. It's making sure we wrap the right people round, and our role is then ensuring that those that we've introduced them to are crossing the T's and dotting the I's so that they make it possible. Yeah, the follow-through. Or the cat corraller or the ringmaster, for want of a better term.
Nigel, just on that, when businesses decide not to come to Timaru, do you get a common theme of why? Or are they just random individual to the business?
Yeah.
Kind of leads on to my next question.
Look, up until recently, it's a really good question. You know, the last year or two has been very quiet in that space, or quieter than what we've experienced previously because of the downturn. You know, people are doing a bit of navel gazing. But prior to that, it has been basically just that shovel ready. They want, you know, if someone comes, if it's a manufacturer or whatever, they want a piece of land that they can just come, they can either buy or they can start building straight away. And to be fair, really up until the last sort of 2, maybe 3 years, we haven't really had that to the extent that we probably needed to. I think the thing is too, you know, what's been highlighted to us through Make Timaru Your Business, as we've put out, you know, the reasons why they should come, those reasons have firmed up a wee bit. You know, obviously TDHL's got some land, you know, Gary, Mr. Rooney's been attracting good business into his land. But it's those pieces of the jigsaw, that central location, those things, I think, in the Development and Growth Committee meeting the other day, I think Mr Cooper, or it might have been yourself, Councillor Shannon, spoke to our wastewater treatment, the capability of the capability of that is a big plus for us. So at the end of the day, we can't make those decisions for those businesses. The best thing we can do is put our best foot forward. But sometimes it's a location, regardless of what you put in front of them, they want to be near a metropolitan, or they want to be here or wherever. But that tide is turning, and some of those opportunities that are sitting in front of us at the moment are actually now quite well advanced. Finally.
Leads into my next question, which you may have kind of answered, but we all sit in this room and we want to be ambitious and we want great things for our community, but nothing seems to change. It feels like that, but I know there's lots of little changes that are happening out there.
Yeah.
But what do you think's holding us back? Like, what are the barriers? What do you think needs to change?
I think the big thing is really right across the board. I think we're all in a same space that we're all here for a reason. We've either been born here or we've shifted here, and we love the lifestyle. All that stuff we know about. But the big thing for us to attract more people and or more business is we've got to be seen as that area that is can do. So that's that mindset around, asking ourselves those two questions, basically. When something is in front of us, is this good for the district? And if it is, then how do we make it happen? Not we can't do it because. And I'm not getting at anybody here or anywhere within our district, but I think collectively we really need to step into that more.
I once saw a video and I tried to find it online to share and I wasn't able to find it, but it was Modi and pretty much his approach to India, and they were just rolling out the red carpet, and this was the concept of the video is, we want you to come here, we want your business, we're rolling out the red carpet,
Yep.
Come on in.
And I think that's all of us, that's everyone in this district, regardless of what job or role that you have. We need to be, like we've found with the Make Timaru Your Business campaign, we haven't got every network, we haven't got every person to call. We've got to use every single person here needs to be an advocate for this. We're here for a reason. It is a great place to live, grow, bring our family up, but more importantly, it is a great place to work from a cost, business perspective, your land cost, your cost to do business. We're extremely competitive here, but we've got to break through. There's perceptions out there that Timaru's a hard place to do business. I would counter that by the fact that, you look at some of those businesses now that have either expanded or set up here, like some of the rhetoric around, nothing's happening in Timaru. People actually need to get in their car, go for a drive out through Washdyke there. Some of those businesses that have expanded, some of those businesses that are looking to expand. The work that's being done, up at Orangi Stadium there. The product that comes through the port, step into, Mr. Rooney's sheds. There's a prime example of the capability and the growth that is occurring that is being facilitated through Timaru.
And I think we focus on new business a lot, which we should, don't get me wrong, but if you look between Barker's, McCain, Fonterra and Rooney, there's been hundreds of millions of dollars either to be spent or flagged to be spent in this region in the next year or two.
Yep, I agree. Like even going through, and I think the Mayor, and it might have been you, Councillor Jackson, a year or two ago we went through the sheds, went out to see Greg Brosnan and went through his sheds, and there's a snapshot of the grunt. I use that technical term again. But that's a snapshot of the grunt that is, and that's just a small part of it. And, it is, sitting alongside, obviously attracting new business and people to the district is really important. Equally so is sitting alongside those existing businesses and saying, right, they've got expansion plans. We know of a number that have, that have either put them off because of COVID, or then it was the economic downturn and then they're ready to do it, but you know, the fuel crisis or whatever, they're all sitting there now saying, well, there's always going to be something coming at us. We've just got to put our long pants on and make a decision and do it. So that momentum's coming, or is there. And but yeah, it does come back to, is it good for the district? Yep. How do we make it happen?
I was reading last week about City Fitness, who are obviously sitting up here, and I think they open next month at some stage. And they had some really positive things to say about Timaru as well, and why they were setting up their business here. So do you sort of converse with them about their reasons for coming here and then use that as a template for talking to other businesses similar to them? I mean, they're not a big manufacturing business,
No,
or an industry as such, but still retail business.
Business of all shape and size is welcome, obviously, and yeah, you'll see it in the you know, we've elevated the work we're doing with existing business, and that's coming off the back of some of these conversations with these new businesses that are coming in, and that's getting out there. And you know, you might have hopefully seen the work we've done with the likes of Attica or Dan Cosgrove Limited, and why we are here. You know, and those stories or that rhetoric actually replicates what we're hearing from those new businesses I mentioned. You know, the people that have invested heavily into home station accommodation, or whether it's the Red and Charlotte that have set up Bonnie Day. You know, they're doing them for reasons because this is the right place for me to establish this business. City Fitness guys will be no different.
Nigel, if council approved an extra $1 million and chucked it your way, and you went berserk on your promotions and maybe spent half of it on trying to attract business to the airport, you know, would that be a good return?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? I think first and foremost, it's $1 million of ratepayer money, so we would have to make sure that that money is really well targeted and directed. I think I know there's huge opportunity for us around, the big thing I think is that we've got to set ourselves up to ensure that it becomes a no-brainer. So you could throw us $1 million and we could get out there and promote and, you know, put it through social media and TV and goodness knows what else. But it comes down to here's the reasons why you should be in Timaru, and it's making sure we cross the T's and dot the I's. One of our biggest opportunities, and we spoke about it last week, is around accelerating the grid upgrades of Transpower out at Orari and Geraldine. That will enable us to access significant amounts of energy that will power up both. It'll help the rest of the country because we obviously export a big chunk of it up to them, but it will enable us to access, it'll give businesses that surety of power, the resilience that they need to make potentially some of those expansion decisions, but it also enables us to do some really cool things around it, whether it's electrification, decarb, things like light solar, supplemented by light solar, utility solar, all of those things that then from a business perspective, they go, geez, these guys have got their proverbial together. We can come down there. They've got a wastewater treatment facility that is, better than most in the east coast of the South Island, I would hasten to say. Central location, we've got a low cost to set up in terms of land purchase. We've got surety of power. We've got access to great water. And we're living amongst an absolutely fantastic community as well. So, yep, another $1 million, but we need to make sure that $1 million needs to be targeted, and it needs to have the right rate of return on it so that we can put our hand on our heart and go, $1 million of ratepayer money was spent, and for every dollar spent, we've received a return of this through either these new businesses that have come here or these businesses that have expanded. I think there's got a great opportunity out at the airport. And I know, TDHL have been doing some work in relation to that. But likewise, it's ensuring, that we've got the land both now and into the future identified. And I know that's part of a workshop or alluded to at development and growth as well. Have we got the people that we need living in the right areas moving forward? Is it to the north of Timaru? Is it on the outskirts of the Geraldines and the Temukas of this world? Our industrial land, our wet industry, right, we've got that identified out there. Where's the next stage of that? Where's the stage after? And
just a question. This business attraction, minimum 60 new businesses and referral source engagements per annum, has that changed from the previous KPI where it was 10 new business or referral engagements monthly and you achieved 239? Why has it dropped from 120 as a target to 60? Is it different, or what's going on with that?
It is different, and it's more targeted, and it identifies the role that we've got around being that facilitator rather than actually being able to establish the new business ourselves. So that's as agreed in our statement of intent in the current year, and we're looking at continuing along those lines for the immediate future, subject to any change, obviously.
Nigel, are we very clear about what our point of difference is and what our competitive advantage is? Because I listened to some of the things you said before, and I could be sitting in Palmerston North and have their economic development chair, CE, say the same thing. So I just wondered, are we clear enough on our point of difference?
Yeah.
Or our competitive advantage? And are we leveraging that enough?
Yeah. So I'd refer you to the collateral associated with Make Timaru Your Business. The things that we've got going for us that I believe no other area has is the fact that, from a connectivity perspective, we've got a port, we've got an airport, State Highway 1 and main trunk line. Centre of the South Island, 80% of the population within 2.5 hours of us. Then you add into that an extremely diverse industry sector base, significant transport and logistics, significant trades, and then you throw into that the two hospitals. All those pieces of those jigsaw set us apart. The bit that we need to get over is, or to swing that dial on, is really being collectively innovative and quite direct around why you and your family should move here for this job, or you and your workers need to move here to establish this business.
Has VT thought about, I read an article yesterday or the day before on this new port that they're building out at just around the corner from Littleton, 800 million, whatever it is, and it's going to deep sea port. Have we thought about that as a community, of what that is going to do to potentially our port? It's massive. And the government seems to be linking that up with Rolleston, and they're putting money in there to make that a hub, and then this new port's coming. Have we thought that through in terms of how do we actually get ahead of that rather than waiting for it to happen to us?
I think it's fair to say that announcement, obviously I became aware of that in the last couple of days like everyone else. But Prime Port Timaru have their own board, they have their management. Again, that diversity that we've got coming through our port is a strength. That's from a broader economic enabler and connectivity, obviously we keep abreast of that, but in terms of port strategy and everything, that really does need to sit with Prime Port.
Yeah, I think this is why we need a disconnect from Christchurch. because, in my view, because, that announcement referred to one port, and I jokingly replied to Minister Meager, sorry, you've left out Littleton. Canterbury has 2 ports. But all of that analysis just talks about one port, and we're, getting left behind. The container thing actually isn't of concern. It's more for our exporters. For the port itself, it's about 13% of the overall revenue. So the container terminal, in theory, could go tomorrow and the port would still be profitable because it's quite diversified compared to them. But I agree that government, and this is the conflict we have, we've got a local MP who should be advocating for Rangitata, but is also the Minister of the South Island. And that actually doesn't work, I believe, for our community, because, it's just a conflict, isn't it? And it doesn't work for us, whereas we're focused on one port, whereas he needs to be focused on 2. So, yeah, it is an interesting challenge, but this is my drive for actually separating us. Again, ministers talk about all the money that Canterbury's had over the last X amount of years. Well, Canterbury isn't just north of the Rakaia, and it has become a joke, isn't it? It's a joke. That's why we need to separate ourselves at the Rakaia and tell Wellington what we're doing and set up those business cases. Again, the transport alone is an absolute joke. The government should be, our MPs, successive MPs, should be absolutely gutted with their performance relative to advocating for this region. We just have not got anything from successive governments.
I'd reiterate that. Look, I'd reiterate the comments made by the Mayor. The plan for the South Island that was announced on Friday, you could argue there's some indirect, in quotation marks, benefits to South Canterbury, but yet again, the centre of the South Island is pretty absent, apart from a comment about a bridge in Ashburton. And I appreciate not everyone can get the presents they want from centre every year, but, we've been getting oranges while others have been getting bikes for a number of years.
One thing we all need to understand, and if you've been, obviously I keep harping on this, has been around for a while, is this churn has been going on for years. And I always hark back to what you just said about India. In Mayor Odie's first term, it was red carpet, not red tape, and we, continually have every year look at the KPIs and all that sort of stuff. The baseline is, without it, there's nothing. With it, and building the connections, the knowledge and everything, that IP that Nigel holds, because blow your trumpet, but also because you've been there so long and everything. The enhanced status quo about focus and all those sorts of things. And yes, you need the blowtorch to your feet all the time and all that sort of thing, which is good in getting that tension in the council. But always remember that without it, there's nothing. And we're looking at throwing that as many lines in the water all the time. Changing up our bait and doing all those things, but we still box above our weight and everything, and we need to focus on what's there as well. So, keep up that good work, Nigel.
I think just to quantify or qualify perhaps what Philip was talking about in regard to that $1 million, the conundrum that we have is that we haven't set ourselves up to fail, but we've set ourselves up to achieve what we're achieving now. And so we've got a statement of intent that says something for venture in Timaru, and we've got a statement of intent that says get a 7% return for your property portfolio, etc., for TDHL. But in the middle, there's this miss, which is how do we develop the airport? And is it within council, or is it a special purpose vehicle, or should we change the SOI for TDHL, or should we change the SOI over here? So that's sort of what we're sort of battling through over these sort of few weeks on how do we achieve some of that, unrealised opportunity within the, the matrix of council, VT, TDHL, or is it something else? And then how does private figure into that as well. That's probably our conundrum in a nutshell, isn't it?
And then the final bit was around the financial forecast, obviously, and the budget there on the immediate left is the current year, and we're asked to forecast through. So we have got, our position is that ongoing embedded commitment to identify and implement efficiencies and cost savings. We need to operate in a financially sustainable manner. We have utilised our reserves over the course of the last couple of years to elevate some key matters across towards 2050 and a couple of others. But moving forward, our reserves are minimal, and as they should be in some respects. It's always good to have a bit up your sleeve should something hit you from left field without coming cap in hand. But yeah, we have we've made that commitment to council through previous discussions around operation efficiencies and ensuring we identify any cost savings, but that value for money, because we are well aware we are funded by the ratepayer, and we need to be making the most of that money and ensuring success in what we do. So in terms of that, the forecast that we've done, it's just really a bit of CPI through, but also a couple of small increases a couple of years out in relation to cruise sector funding and major events fund. So over the course of, we are, from a cruise perspective, it was originally 60. We weren't spending that, but you've seen that these next 2 years, we have the same amount of ships calling on us that we've had previously. We're the only one, as you know, to have an increase in the last year of any port in New Zealand. And the work that Prime Port do in that space, supplemented by the onshore work that our team does, is ensuring that those passengers get the best possible experience. So yeah, we have committed to driving down some of those costs as best we can, and they will be reflected obviously in our statement of intents moving forward. But for the purpose of this, that's what we've put in front of you.
Nigel, just on that, it's hard for us to see those efficiencies because you've removed some programs, being the My Next Move. So if we look back to your SOI or even your budget, you were kind of sitting at 1.7 of expenses, and now we're down to 1.4. But it'd be really good to kind of, so we can compare apples with apples, strip that out. So then we can actually see this is genuine efficiencies, because I know you've, changed locations and changed the structure and those things to drive those efficiencies, but we can't really see that.
No, fair call. I'll provide through Steph or Jess just a separate paper in that regard for you.
I mean, that can just be part of the annual report discussion when that comes back to full council, how we can actually, so we're comparing apples with apples.
Yep. No, good as gold. Happy to do that. And that, I think, is me.
So we do have a bit more time scheduled, so we've got the opportunity to have a further chit-chat if anyone wants to, if there's something that's burning that you want to have a conversation about. Sorry, Chris, and jump in. Apologies.
Yeah, no, that's all right. And it may have been covered. I'm just going back to BT 25-26 performance KPIs. Nigel?
Yep.
Who's controlling the... Anyway, you talked in there about the Regional Investment Fund, 23.64 million, and the Major Events and Tourism Fund as sort of major wins. You may have covered it, but I couldn't hear. Can you just elaborate on that, Nigel?
The main chunk of the Regional Investment Fund was the work that we did right at the very start with Opua.
No, I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Okay. It was really the work we did with Opua in the very early days when they were looking to put an application into the RIF, Regional Investment fund for accelerating the remedial work. As we know, they received a $20.6, I think it was, $1 million loan from RIF. At the very early days, we stepped into the relationships we had with Kanoa that were built up over the years, just to ensure that that process was as smooth as possible for Opua. And Major Events Tourism Fund, the 75K, 25,000 was granted to South Island Masters Games for this year's event happening in October, which is the 25-year anniversary. There was an opportunity. The criteria was pretty strict, and I know it's potentially still a bit of a challenge for the South Island Masters Games, but we helped facilitate that application that was successful in getting another 75K for the event this year to potentially attract competitors further afield than just South Island and New Zealand.
Great, thank you.
Just, since we've got the luxury of time this morning, we had a brief conversation as we were coming in here about government money and, how we see different regions getting large chunks of government money for various things. I think the example was in Hara around waste disposal, was it? And I know we've kind of started this work with the Benji Patterson report, but how can we just advocate for more government money coming into this region to get some projects done?
I think first and foremost it's ensuring, I'm aware internally at council, especially like Susie and that advocate pretty strongly. We obviously don't have any visibility or a lot of visibility around what those projects are. Hence the reason why off the back of Benji's report we've sort of honed in from an economic enabler perspective on that power one. That's really our big ask or big stick. Sorry?
We didn't see it on Friday, did we?
No. They'll say they only saw it a week or so ago, so yeah. But yeah, look, our approach really is ensuring that it's the economic enabler stuff for us. So it is infrastructure, which is where the Susie stuff aligns. It's the advocacy of the Mayor through both the Mayoral Forum, but direct around that local roading. And then, water's water, but the power one for us is where we're throwing our chips in the middle. But it's about being coordinated as well and ensuring that we're aware, we're collectively aware. We've supported, there was an application I think Susie made for something to do with Heaton Street, a crossing and that down there, and we support that with advocacy as well, endorsement and that of applications. So it's a matter of, and we can elevate those conversations through SLT as well.
I think the challenge, the one that frustrates me over the years is that government always asks, put forward your projects. And it's, our political system basically operates around a press release, whereas we'd just like consistency of funding. And, we're bright enough and smart enough to decide our own projects. We just need the funding stream. We know that actually it stacks up. The likes of a four-laning of to between port to port actually would stack up more than moving commuters on the Woodend bypass. But you've got the Woodend bypass that has a whole lot of advocacy around population, moving people. So the question is, do we have to change our tact and focus on, press release politics and give a minister an announcement opportunity, or, do we present? I think for me, the amalgamation opportunity is you've got reform running here, parallel, you've got regional deal, you've got what does, great look like as far as all those projects. Again, I don't think it should be one, but four-laning, Arari Bridge, what's important for Waitaki, Waimate, Mackenzie, Timaru, Ashburton. How do we package that up and go, well, hey, we're committing X amount of dollars. This is what we believe is going to drive our economy forward. and then there's the R&M, et cetera, over here. And then there again, business case, and literally go to government and say, because when I asked a question around road funding again to Prime Minister in Ashburton, and he said his response was work with other councils. Okay, take that. Let's put something together. Put something forward together. We can do that, and then so that's I think the next step on it, and at the same time present it to the press and the people. Yeah.
And it's hit the nail right on the head, and it comes back to, I think, what Mr. Traynor spoke of the other day, that sort of briefing paper or whatever you want to call it, manifesto. But, you look at the proposed unitary authority that you're looking to pull together, what's that area famous for, that centre of the South Island? And it is primary, that food processing, that energy. Those are our big, we're a powerhouse in those areas compared to others. And, there's other parts of that obviously off to the side, around tourism and that up through the centre of the South Island, through Mackenzie and that as well. But, that foundation is massive. And I think we just need to look at doing it a bit of a different way. And, the advocacy work that the Mayor and I have kicked off last week is really the start of that. And, those other areas potentially not potentially, will be folded into that rhetoric. We haven't been the squeaky wheel, but we're about to be.
I think the challenge too is we know what needs to be done, but we're not resourcing it. It was a conversation we had yesterday. And unless we're either going to focus on the internal resource, whether it's, economist across council, something like that, or whether it sits internally or whether it's at VT, or you pay the consultant to do the work, and that's the challenge. But we're not resourcing again, I don't think.
Like you say, that'll become more affordable with a louder voice if amalgamation goes ahead.
Alrighty, I think we've come to an end. That's a good discussion. Thanks, Nigel. Appreciate that, making your time. So now, where are we? Day 2. I think TDHL will be on time. So what we'll do is we'll look to take a 15-minute break now. We'll see if there's something else we can arrange to fit into that gap from this afternoon. We'll go from there. So we'll try and come back at, let's make it 20 past. Thanks. Maddie, thanks. Alrighty, welcome back team. We've got Troy presenting now on the AMP for climate. Welcome, Troy.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Good morning. It's a pleasure to present my first activity management plan on the topic of climate change. As many of you will be familiar, the Climate Change Unit was established as a result of the 2021 long-term plan, which set aside 360,000 over 10 years, as well as the resourcing of 2 climate change advisors. My role and the Climate Change Unit's role is to provide technical advice and guidance, strategic guidance to various units across the organisation toward how they can reduce their emissions, as well as consider adaptation and mitigation approaches in the activities that they undertake. A lot of the work that we currently do is obviously measuring and reporting our annual carbon inventory, and now particularly looking at embedding climate change considerations into Council's decision-making reports. So not just including climate change in our activity management plans and our asset management plan considerations, but actually having a dedicated section in Info Council, so that sits alongside the significance and engagement criteria, as well as the finance and funding financial implications criteria as well. So to elevate climate change to that decision-making level in Info Council reports. That is underway and will be, no doubt, in your Info Council reports in due course. We are mainly operational. We do not deliver infrastructure projects, but we do advise and assist across the business on how they can attain sustainable outcomes through the technical advice, strategic guidance that we provide to reduce not only emissions, but also have the flow-on effect of reducing operational cost as well. So in essence, our role is to support Council to make informed and cost-effective decisions, manage climate risks and improve long-term resilience and assets. Thank you and welcome any questions that you may have.
Sorry.
Thank you, Troy. Just a couple of questions, really, and forgive me if they are covered within your document. We only just managed to have a read through this morning. You speak to the activity and managing climate-related risks and improving long-term resilience of services and assets, and to be fair and frank, actually, that's the stuff that I'm interested in. Materiality is in terms of what the ratepayer gains from that, rather than just measuring and reporting something. So when I go through the activities, I don't seem to be able to find a lot that points to that, rather than there's quite a. It just seems to be focused a lot on emissions, if you like, and measurement of advising the various departments within Council and what have you to help them make decisions, but it doesn't feel as pointed towards those more tangible outcomes I think that our ratepayer would be looking for if they're contributing to the cost of their activity.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon, for your what you've raised there. The role of the Climate Change Unit, indeed the advice that I provide, is technical advice and guidance to help assist other units consider the kind of things that they should be thinking about to reduce OPEX and also emissions. So we're seeing that at the moment with the Claremont and the new build of the Claremont water treatment plant, and the advice that I provided with regard to solar. Also in liaison with the GM of Regulatory Development and Growth, Paul Cooper, with regard to solar for Aorangi Stadium, a project which didn't have solar feasibility included in the scope, but after having my input, we can now go forth with the confidence that in the future that facility can support solar in the future. Electric vehicle procurement, for example, we have only just recently been able to progress the procurement of electric vehicles, which, with my input, my analysis, costing estimates, we're able to likely save tens of thousands over the life of the vehicles that we would have in the electric vehicles compared to combustion engine petrol vehicles. So it's all that. So whilst noting materiality, that material impact we see through the advice that I give and the cost operational savings that we see in the future, which ultimately have flow-on effects for the ratepayer in terms of operational savings. So
That's perfect. That's the sort of thing that I'm alluding to. And like I said, it just didn't jump out from the activity management plan as I read it. But again, I did skim through that this morning.
Troy, I just wondered if we've forgotten our commitment to the Canterbury Climate Change Partnership, and I'm talking about money. It didn't seem to appear in here, and I know we've got to budget for it one other year, and I just want to make sure it's definitely in the long-term plan this time. I believe we've still got another maybe year to go.
Yes, this is the final year, that budget has been set aside. Back in 2024, the previous council set aside that pot of money to go towards Canterbury Climate Partnership. As far as I'm aware, there's no changes to that. That ought to be budgeted for, and yes, we will continue to wrap up the work that's currently taking place in that for this financial year.
My question is to Mr. Traynor first. We're proposing to retain and fund 2 FTE climate change people in the unit. I just wondered, what is the business case for that? Because since they're more advisory rather than delivery. So I just wondered how that was being justified.
So the 2 FTE's always been there.
So we have a vacant role, but yeah. I'm just...
So effectively, we haven't filled that role. So effectively, we've just let it sit at the moment while a request comes to us in terms of why do we need the second role.
Radio. So we just have an open vacancy.
Correct.
Troy, to you, page 10, around proposed changes to activities, projects and levels of service. The first two, we had a paper outlining our approach, which you say in July 21st, 26, around identification and reduction of council's corporate carbon emissions and also development and implementation of climate action plan, and we're planning to stop those activities. I just wondered, we're planning to stop those, but what would we continue doing?
Yes, so back in July, you will recall I presented a paper to council to defer that work on emissions reduction target setting, and that was obviously due to the Head Start pathway and the fact that we will be going likely into a unitary approach. And the reason for that was if we commenced that development of target setting, that would require not only a huge amount of staff time, but the fact that that work would likely be overhauled anyway and would have to start from scratch again with the new unitary. So instead, what we are relying on to guide us is the paper endorsed by the Development and Growth Committee back in March, April, which sets out the priorities for the climate change unit to focus on. Now, that document didn't quantify those priorities. For example, we've made electric vehicles a priority, but we haven't said we want X amount of vehicles by 2030, and what are the dependencies that need to occur, what are the constraints? Well, electrical infrastructure, we haven't determined we need to have X amount of electric vehicles by 2050. All of those would be part of a comprehensive plan, which would require a lot of detailed and staff time to be devoted to that. So instead we've relied on the priorities, so we can focus on them, but we haven't quantified them, if you can, yeah.
Electric cars, are you actually doing some reports to show what the benefits and cost savings are? Because I'm dubious, but I trust your analysis, but it would be good to actually see if those materialise, those savings that you threw at us just before.
I could bring it up on my phone right now to show you the savings that we've been making. I think we've covered over 900 kilometres. We've put in about 900 kilometres of charge into our vehicles at the moment at the small cost of $27 thereabouts. So it's that, and also operational savings with reduced maintenance. You don't have spark plugs. You don't have alternators. You know, so it's all of that. So I think for the benefit of elected members, once we get 6 months to a year of having those electric vehicles, bringing to council, what do those savings actually look like compared to the running of petrol combustion vehicles? And I think from the indicative analysis that I've done based on our charging app and what we've been able to see so far, I think the savings are considerable. But yeah, we'll see what it's like in 6 months to a year's time. Yeah.
The infrastructure that's been put in place. Yeah.
So the other part that goes hand in glove with what Troy does is the work that Rosie's been doing to ensure that business cases and or what's the other one? Sorry, I've lost that. But business cases look at climate change and everything they do now. So effectively, it's not just Troy's job. It should be everyone's job to look at what are you doing and what effect does that have on climate. And I don't think we've done that very well up until now. And Troy's got a big part to play in that, ensuring that when we actually looking at projects, Troy's part of that team that says, have you thought about this?
Thank you, Mr. Trainer. Yes, the work that Rosie, Oliver and the PMO and myself have been working on is very much embedding those climate change considerations into everything that we do, and you're seeing now in the templates for the activity management plans, climate change being embedded in there, and again what I spoke to before about embedding climate change considerations into for council reports, to actually prompt report authors, have you thought about all considerations with regard to climate, not just where you put it, but also the lifespan of it. Is it in a hazard-prone area? What other alternatives have you considered? Mitigation, adaptation, for example. You'll see there on page 27 a draft example of the project brief, which is similar to the business cases that Rosie mentioned yesterday, and I've populated that just to give an example of the type of projects that I myself would have an input into, which, for example, is solar on Sea Bay, and that gives all the different business justification, the risks, opportunities, assumptions and dependencies that ought to be considered when you're looking at an infrastructure project of that nature. And I think that approach will prove worthwhile as we go about reforming and reshaping the way that we look at projects to ensure that all considerations are factored in. So yes, I just refer you to that on page 27. Yeah.
Just on that example there, if this was used in different activities, where is it that they put the bit about climate change?
That would come under risks and opportunities.
But there's not a direct prompt about it, is there?
No, and
I wonder if we should be more direct about that.
yes, this is in draft at the moment, and I've sent through I've sent through a template for the PMO to consider with a specific climate change section to be included in one of those row items.
I always struggle a little bit with climate change because to me it's environmental sustainability, and it's not about so I know it's just terminology, but what? Stacey Booth. Oh, shit. Oh, no, because I have to think about this in my own job all the time, but we don't ever use the word climate change. It's all about environmental sustainability. And so it's looking at how we can do things differently. And so I would be very concerned if there was a section in there and it was titled climate change, because there's different ways to be sustainable when we're implementing a project. So, yeah, I would just really consider the terminology you're using when it comes to what you're trying to achieve, because not everything is related to the climate.
That's noted, and certainly it is, I think, shouldn't be looked at in splendid isolation. There are definitely other touch points there with regard to the word climate change. Yes, sustainability, yes, energy efficiency, yes, resilience. So, yes, but noted. Thank you.
So in terms of that sustainability, that's the thing that always hinges on everything. Sustainability should be, the full life of a product of anything you're using, and Stacey mentioned before about electric vehicles. So because you're here, and we're looking to, get as many as we can and everything. So you've got battery technology is increasing significantly. BYD holds a sway over that in the world at the moment, but beginning of life in terms of how they get that battery, the materials they need, the way they go about it, and that legacy that has. And then at the other end, we're going to be left with, millions upon millions of batteries, end of life. I'm sure that technology might catch up so that we can do something with them. So you've got that balance through everything else. You will sway people around battery technology and vehicles when they obviously with the fuel crisis and all those sorts of things, the less maintenance and all that sort of thing. But what I heard the other day was that BYD are holding workshops around, and this is just an example, all around New Zealand at the moment for everyone who deals with the issues around putting cars back together after crashes, and they have very, very specific needs of how you have to go about it. Most of it is just it adds so much more cost to it and everything around insurance for those vehicles when they have crashes and all those sorts of things. There's a bigger thing around that. That's my first question. So what is your view on that in terms of that? Because sustainability is the whole life of that product.
It is noted that extracting lithium, for example, to produce electric vehicle batteries is quite an extractive industry, and that obviously has impacts on the environment. However, there are technology now that can actually recycle batteries and harness the copper, the zinc, the lithium, those different components, and actually repurpose them again into new batteries. So it is, in some sense, a circular economy. With regard to what you've said regarding the life cycle, the sustainability aspect, it is my view that when we embed climate change considerations and the screening criteria into our reporting templates, that it is expected that council units look at the inputs. So if you're designing a bridge or a roadway, that the various inputs of concrete is quantified, whether you're using fly ash, which is more sustainable to create that concrete, how much aggregate is being used. And there are tools already out there provided by the New Zealand Transport Agency and Kiwi Rail that have calculators. It's called the PEAT calculator. And those calculators can be used to quantify the emissions attributed to projects.
Yes, so yeah, thank you, and thanks for bringing it back round to what we've got to focus on. But the other thing while I've got you here is waste to energy. I mean, it's the big thing, evil thing that's out there. And then when you look around the world, and specifically in the Nordic countries, bring other countries waste in the technology that I've looked at through all the available, ways of actually looking at that YouTube and everything. The emissions that they end up with are actually reduced massively and everything, and they're not putting that waste into ground and everything. What's your view of doing that properly, and is it viable?
I have personal views on the subject. And I think when we're talking about waste, then that might be a better question for the waste operations manager. I understand that waste to energy can be quite a lively topic, certainly to our counterparts to the south of us. But I think all options need to be considered, weighed up, and be given a fair hearing across environmental, sustainability, not putting waste in the ground, actually using it for energy, and also potentially health effects as well. So I think it all needs to be weighed up equally in a fair hearing.
Thank you, and you should be a politician. That's awesome. Thank you. No, thank you.
Right.
Troy, just on that point, because, and I know this kind of carries on from the the topics yesterday, but about being ambitious for our region, and so I kind of think about what would the game changers for this region be, and given the report that you brought to council that pretty much said most of our emissions are from our waste, what is the game changer for us, and is it achievable? And Councillor Burt talked about waste to energy, and I read an article recently about using ground up glass for fertiliser and the increase in productivity through that. And so, I just kind of think, where do we get the ambition in some of these things and go, and I know Mr. Trainer's having a wee meltdown because, every day I come up with a weirder idea. But if we really want to change emissions in this region, our waste is where we need to do it. And what do we need to do to get something over the line there? It's not really a question for you, but yeah.
No, we need to be bold, and we need to be visionary, and we need to think of opportunities. We shouldn't be idle. We should be progressive in our thinking toward the opportunities that can be realised and harnessed. You mentioned glass, for example, as a fertiliser. Well, glass can also be used to build and pave roads, and they've trialled that on airport runways, and there's a particular one up in North Canterbury Council where they've built a road, I think, as well, out of rubber products as well, tyres. So, there are incredible opportunities. We just need to be bold. And
I guess my challenge is, and I think most of the room want to hear about them, and what are those opportunities, and not so much if we thought it was an opportunity, what resource, either time or money, do we need to put to it to look at whether we can actually do this in this area? Because I feel like, again, we're just doing what we're doing. which is not a criticism of everyone because we're so busy doing what we're doing, but how do we free up some time, resource, money to actually look at game changer things? You don't need to answer that, it's fine. One other comment I would just like to quickly make is there's so much more we do in council in this kind of environmental climate change thing, and it will be good to capture them all in one place. And I think about, the funding we provide to the Eco Centre, the SNA funding and the planting and all of those kind of things. It's not really reflected here, and I'm not sure that it should be because it's not really part of your activity. But it would be good to capture that somewhere, like everything we do across the breadth of council, because it doesn't just sit in one activity plan or one line on the report. Again, you don't need to answer that. It's just a prompt for thinking about how we might report stuff in future.
And that's a very good point, because but I don't think we can move the dial. That's the problem. It has to be done at central government level, because there are so many ways of putting waste into rubber, and it's happening overseas and everything, glass and many other things, and asphalt. That is, has I think it's about a third or something of tyres that have been regenerated in there can actually be recycled itself off the road and all that sort of thing. That has to be driven by central government, and it's not happening.
I possibly disagree with that, and that we can drive it from here. We might need central government funding, and we're going back to the conversation we had before about advocating for more money. And if we came up with a grand plan and funding was the barrier, that's where we can go to central government and look at some funding. I think if we wait for it to be top down, it'll never happen.
The problem is that the great bulk of our roads are NZTA and what have you, and every day there's a company locally here that produces asphalt with some really old technology, and so it's done there, and it can then go to the job and be economical as opposed to be dragged from everywhere. And
why can't we be a disruptor?
Yeah, but so we'll build an asphalt plant. But I know, yeah, true.
But And I don't understand why it hasn't taken off either, because when you look at literature, that bitumen that is made from glass, the studies they've done in Australia is that well outlasts other bitumen, just leaves it for dead.
Just a quick one, Troy, going back to your strategic alignment map and your drivers there. Is it over 2 pages just because it wouldn't fit on the one page, or are those split between the two? Because I see their governance expectations are mentioned twice as a driver, and I wonder if instead that should say community expectations for the second one.
The strategic alignment map is on the one page. So that first one is BAU activities, and the second one is projects. So you'll recall the climate change unit doesn't lead on projects per se, but we have small projects that we do, such as trying to embed climate change considerations into reports, the annual document that we produce. So those are projects for the unit, but...
Okay, I get that. So they're
two
separated.
different.
So you don't think that community expectations need to be in there as one of the drivers, particularly on the first page?
Community expectations ought to be in there, yes, given the responses and feedback that we received in 2021, LTP, and 2024's LTP. So yes, that can be amended.
Cool, thank you.
Sorry, we're not forgetting about you, Chris. Go for it, mate.
Thank you. Troy, sorry, I haven't really read the report except a quick scan through just this morning, but just addressing some of the other, or putting some other feedback into some of the other comments that have been talked about. I know yesterday we talked about having some sort of really visionary, looking at visionary opportunities. The airport was talked about. With amalgamation, we will, if the amalgamation goes the way that we have proposed, we will become a very important source of energy for the nation, and that could become an opportunity for us to use that to also create new energy opportunities. Particularly, I'm thinking of sort of green hydrogen type opportunities, and then combine that with, you know, the need for or transportation hubs, the port. There's a lot of really interesting, you know, environmentally sustainable opportunities that we could look at. So that's just throwing that out there. But Troy, I did have a question really, and that is, I know that there's two people, FTE, I think it was Councillor Scott, asked a question, or maybe it was somebody else, about what's happening with the vacancy. My question is, with you being the only person in this unit, what are we missing out on because we don't have that second person? What else could we be doing?
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. You are correct, I am it. And I am involved in both the internal response, but also, and additionally, the strategic as well, writing the reports, presenting the activity management plans, and representing Timaru District Council and the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group. In terms of what we're missing out on, I think when it comes to the regional spatial plan development, there is a requirement there to have adaptation planning and a 30-year horizon for adaptation planning to be a part of the regional spatial plan. Now, I think that provides an opportunity for potentially someone to be involved in that space, because that will be quite a big piece of work to ensure that we get all bases covered with regard to our most vulnerable and most susceptible communities to sea level rise. So ensuring that there's representation from an adaptation lens will be quite key.
Further questions, team? No, all good. Thank you, Troy. That was good. Lots of questions. That was helpful. So we, just as far as timing-wise, we're expecting TDHL at 11:30. They will be pretty much on time. So I think we probably now need to break until 11:30. So we'll be back then. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back for our workshops for this afternoon, and I'll pass over to you, Steph, to take us through the community survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowen. So what we're doing today is walking through the dashboard that sits behind the results report that will be presented to Council next week. So this is all the data for the 3 waves that make up the twice yearly or 2 yearly, or biennial resident/community survey. The survey we did in 3 waves this time, rather than usually we do it all at once. That was to try and stop those who completed the survey being swayed one direction or the other based on what was happening at that point in time. Doing it in 3 waves, we've found has smoothed the commentary and results, but the timing of the 3rd wave did align with the community engagement on the sale of Alpine, so some of the results are swayed a little bit slightly by the timing that took place. We were tracking a little bit better with overall satisfaction and value for money and those sort of measures. We were just, a little bit more positive. We had a slightly better result up until that wave coincided with that other engagement, which it's reflective of councils and what we're dealing with at the moment. So really, it's up to you how you want to work through this. Happy to go through by activity or just take some general questions and see if I've got any background information that could help understand the results, or any questions on the survey in general, if you've got them.
The overall method of gathering the results.
Yes, I can speak to that.
How online?
Yeah, so in the past what we'd done was phone surveys, but obviously with advancements in technologies we then moved to a bit of a hybrid model where we did phone and online, and now we're purely digital. So what we've done the last 2 online surveys was we take the email addresses that we have for the rates database, because that's essentially the closest thing we can get to ensuring that we're sending the link to those who actually live, work, play in the district. From those emails that go out, we let the recipients decide whether they want to participate in the survey or not. If they opt in, then we build that register and send the survey link out to those who have responded. We also publish a public link. So normally what that does is that will fill the remaining gaps of the survey sample if we don't have enough registrations from email address links that are sent out. So that will then top up that sample for that wave if we don't have sufficient respondents. Hopefully that makes sense. So I can expand if you want.
Did you when you were looking up the email addresses, and was that spread throughout the rangatato? Was it sort of there, here, and there, and evenly spread on what I'm saying, by address and by age group?
Yes, I can confirm, because I actually sent the emails out to offer participation. It was sent to every single email address that was attached to a property in our rates database. So there was in excess of about 4,000 emails sent. Yeah, but what we're hoping for moving forward is with the citizen portal that we'll be able to send out a bulk notification and say, hey, if you'd like to register, let us know. We'll build the register that way, which will then hopefully reduce the manual administration of the current system. Yeah, so starting with one of the glory children of the survey this time round, which was our water, wastewater, stormwater. So overall, the satisfaction has increased, which is great, despite also one of the waves hitting around the time that we were also talking about the CCO model. So that's good that obviously those who were responding were still happy with the service being provided, which is great. Yeah, nothing really, I guess, significantly concerning with any of the commentary either. There are other files that build the commentary, but just for public certainty, the survey is anonymous, but we do have a file that sees the commentary provided. So we can't attach the commentary to a specific person, but we do have verbatim files with every comment provided for every question.
Isn't it interesting that overall water management, 85%, really good, that, say, stormwater management, you can actually see 72%, but the stuff you flush away, you get 94%. You literally can't see it. So we're happy with that. So it's 94%. Whereas you can actually see stormwater in action, so it rates lower. But if you can flush it, all good.
Yeah, so generally we find that the services that are more visible generally have a lower score because you're more likely to see what you don't like about that service, whereas unless something goes wrong with something like wastewater, you're generally going to say, yeah, it works great and I have no issues. Exactly. Yeah.
So the more visible we are.
Steph, I'm just looking at the other report, but with water supply, there's, you know, a percentage of people, and albeit in this one it's very small, that have their own system or they don't know. So do we still count their results? You know, like, yeah, do we still include them in the results?
No, so generally the way the survey is set up, it's a conditional question format. So unless you tick, yes, I, you know, am connected to a network, or yes, I have visited this site, you won't actually get that satisfaction question coming in next.
Okay, that's
But
good.
that is also reliant on those filling out the survey being honest and not just going through the survey to click that they're unhappy or extremely happy.
Storage is where there's like 25% off the top of my head that use their own system, and that would actually sway the outcome quite a bit, but you're saying that's not reflected in the satisfaction score?
Yeah, so in the top of the dashboard, on, say, if we went to waste, so you can go visited, and then if they said yes to that they visited one of these sites or they, you know, get their curbside collection, then that the results and the satisfaction relate to those who have accessed, use, whatever, that particular service. Yeah. So just going back to water, is there any other questions on any of the three waters?
The overall water management, is there a calculation system behind those, or are people ranking overall?
No, so that's an accumulation of all the results of all the three water services.
So when you looked at the summary, the overall satisfaction, which is miles below all the, if you go back to it, summary. So there's 51%, which is between 7 and 10. All the others are all way above that. Oh, there it is. Reputation, value for money. Okay, so it's our reputation and our value for money that's pulling it down. Okay, I didn't see it on the screen.
Okay, so we'll jump. We'll jump through now to waste just to see if there's any questions or anything that anyone wants clarified.
Can I just jump in, Steph?
Absolutely.
I know there's a focus there on the nice green stuff. That, you know, that's a good high percentage for a lot of things, and this is flows through all of the report that you gave us. But actually, there are some things that have a significant level of dissatisfaction, as opposed to, you know, positive satisfaction, and there doesn't seem to be much sort of commentary about the ones that have significant dissatisfaction levels. And stormwater, it's not huge. I think it's about, well, whatever, it's about 15% or something. It's you know, will we get some sort of commentary about things that we can do or could be done to look at the dissatisfaction levels?
Yeah, so like I said, I do have the files which have all the commentary attached to every single question. It's up to you if you would like to receive those. I have summarised them to an extent in the report to council next week. I can add some further commentary, or I can bring a summary separate attachment to council next week. Happy to go with any.
Okay, I might just send you an email saying, could we have something around these particular things that are highlighted, where the dissatisfaction is a significant number?
Yeah, no problem.
I think the graph that's best looked at, it gives us a snapshot in time, is that one that says, you know, each year when these things have been done, and you go back to somewhere around 16, 17, 2016, 17, where 84% of, you know, people love us and we're great. And if you want to go and look at that historically, look at our economics, look at where we sat in terms of major issues or events or anything like that, and then track it. The problem about this is at no time before have we been in such a situation where central government has absolutely lambasted, abused and said how useless we are, we can't get our shit together, and they're going to rate cap us and all this sort of stuff. And that resonates with people. You know, before Christmas, get rid of regional council and rate. And all through that, the talk around water and everything, which is interesting because it's really, really good, but we're going to change it. That's resonated with people. And then in the newspaper, we've always had the thing around the theatre, the museum, stadium, all those sorts of things. So it's situational. That's what I'm trying to pretty much say. So don't read too much into it. It's very, very hard to control that.
Agree wholeheartedly, Councillor Bird. That's been the narrative over the past 12, 18 months. So naturally, that's going to feed into the public consciousness.
Don't disagree. However,
yes.
At an SLT level, everyone's responsible for their different departments, and there's learnings coming from this. And I'm sure the conversation with the SLT members, some of them might have got a little fright, maybe, and I'm sure they're taking on board what learnings and what they can do differently, and probably because this is you've had a discussion already, haven't you, at a SLT level? Is that right? Yeah. Oh, but haven't brought it back to a meeting yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the major opportunity. We should be looking at it seriously and going, is there anything that we can reflect on outside of what you've been said, and what are the opportunities for improvement? That's why you do these things. They're expensive. Mm-hmm. You want to know what your community thinks, so let's use it. Don't get me wrong, I get all of that stuff, but however, we're investing in this for a reason. Let's try and get something out of it for the organisation. We can always do better, so let's have a crack at doing better. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So on that point, that if you can supply all of the discussion that goes behind this, well, that does better enable us actually to go through and perhaps identify some of those things. But in particular, there's no point in doing this and spending the money, because they're expensive, unless you're going to use it. So let's try to dig out what is in there that is really useful. There are some clear themes that I know. We're not naive. We know how they've been shifted by the landscape, that a lot is outside of our control, but there's things in there that we need to get to the bottom to, where people are clearly dissatisfied. Why? Let's figure out, and then from that, what can we change? What can we affect? And then we can make some decisions and be able to say, right, yeah, we won't ever affect that, but this we can. And that's the point of it, isn't it?
Yeah, and just let's make it as constructive as possible, and ourselves as well. You know, Alpine, yeah, it's influence. Could we have done it better? You can always do things better. We've got some important consultations coming up for long-term plan, you know, next 9 months as far as what we've got to land for the community. You know, we need them to invest in this process because it's our last real chance for a few years to get this right. So it's probably the most important long-term plan that we bake in the next 10 years with the, you know, with whatever the next iteration looks like. So, yeah, let's just be constructive, I reckon.
Yeah, I think another thing we should just drop is our sensitivity to the results. Like, no one's perfect. You know, that's the reality. And I remember one chart came up here. I was just trying to find it. It's more difficult. The opinion of the survey was it was more difficult now to do business than previously. Well, don't be. You know, let's look at that and go, okay, that's fine. What can we now do to improve that? Otherwise, it's got no value. So I hear different things said, but let's not be sensitive. This has been done independently, and I think we can learn a couple of good things out of here. We might help us go forward. I look for anyway, is what we can improve.
Agree with you 100%. I'm not saying at all that there isn't areas that we can look at and pull down, drag down, but I'm just, when you look at it overall in terms of dissatisfaction, there's a clear delineation as to why that has occurred to that extreme. That's all I'm saying. But you know, and if you do it year in and year out, you can see why that would be. But you've got clear themes already in there when you look at them, and if you pull them out, Scotty, you'll see where they actually will point to. So yeah, yes, right.
Yes, I think also the learning from me, obviously seeing every single answer, is that we do have still that very obvious gap with the youth in the community. But as worked out with our last one too, the timing of the why and their survey that's going out is going to be perfect, because although the questions may not be the same, it's also, I think, really important. I know I spent quite a lot of time looking at the results that they published from that survey to get a feel for that massive missing gap that we have, that, you know, the youth just, they don't really care what council does. That's mum and dad's job to care what council does. And also probably the business and, development community. But then I think we're going to probably capture that through the regional spatial plan too. So then I feel like we'll have a pretty good base across all areas of the community, what the needs and aspirations are going into what will be a very interesting couple of years.
How are we intending to get the youth if we were sending it to our ratepayer, you know, email addresses? Were we asking for mum and dad to go in and knock on the door of their 16-year-old and pull them out, or the 18-year-old or the 23-year-old who's been home on their fourth time home out of flatting, or?
No, so normally we find that the youth response is a lot better through the public link. So that's... Yeah, so with the public link, you do see a slightly higher proportion of that sort of 18 to 24, even up to 30, is a lot more responsive than obviously the email addresses attached to properties with rates, because then typically they're property owners, and you'd be doing well in this climate to own a house under the age of 24.
We've only compared to last time, And if you compare to 10 years ago, the results are, in some areas, abysmal. And so I do think we need to come up with a really clear plan on what we're going to do about it. If you look, the two things that I think are most important are trust and keeping you informed on what the council is doing. And they've gone from like 70% to 41 and 68% to 52. We've got to come up with a clear plan on how we're going to rebuild that trust.
I think from my perspective, and obviously being involved in the statutory documents that typically don't get a lot of engagement, it's actually about changing our approach to engagement on those statutory documents, so people follow that process with a little bit more interest and don't find out that the rates have changed when they get their first rates bill. So it's actually about figuring out how we, whether we flip our current strategy on its head and do something completely different next time, or, I'm not entirely sure. I'll leave that to the professionals in that space. But I think that's been the biggest challenge, is people feel like it's a surprise when their rates bill turns up, when actually, I know that I work on those documents for sometimes up to 8 months beforehand, but I feel like we're not getting the engagement, so we just need to do something completely different.
I think we need to, get out in the community rather than expect the community to come to us. And a classic example of that was the panel discussions that we had around the amalgamation, sorry. And so we had one here, and I get why we have it here, because we have the facility and we have the IT, and the live stream was far better. But look how many people turned up compared to going out to Geraldine, which was a fantastic turnout. So I watched it online the following day. But so I think we had some IT challenges in that. But I think we need to get out of this building and get into our community that we serve.
Yeah, I would say that probably the best engagement we had with the last LTP was actually when we went to the markets and we went out to all those different communities, and we were just there, and people could just have a whinge or say, we like this, or we don't like this, or have you thought of doing this? I definitely feel like going to people is the right way to go about it, but we need to make sure that we're connected to all of the communities that make up the district. And the markets were great, but it was still the same people who would attend the markets. I don't think we were probably getting the diversity.
I think the good thing about that panel discussion was, one, it was a discussion and the community got involved in the discussion, and the community added a lot of value to those discussions, councillors, and two, because it's recorded, even if Geraldine wasn't that amazing, the recording, sorry, for not the location, it can then be used as a resource and shared afterwards and watched later and things like that. And I wasn't at either of them, and I apologise for that. But
in the last two terms, I honestly believe we have been more transparent and more ability to find different ways of communicating. In fact, we've been so communicative around a lot of some of the big projects and everything. So what it is sometimes the less you say, the less issue there is with it until it just happens and it's done. And that's not the way to do business at all. So the thing about it is you can have all the communication in the world and it resonates. And the more communication you have, the more ability some people have the ability to sway that and take their own track on that to sell newspapers. So, and we've seen that many, many times.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to support what Councillor Pye said about getting out to the people. Just a wee example, the initiative of Councillor Scott, and I coattailed on her we had a public gathering with regard to Alpine Energy and all the discussions. Excuse me, we had about 8 or 9 people there, which was great. But what got me was afterwards I had several people say to me, "Oh, sorry, we didn't make it. We had something else on." So that 8 and 9 might have been, 15 or 16. But it was phenomenal. Stacey did a great job in facilitating it. And the thing was, we let them have an opportunity and they expressed themselves. And they just so much loved it. They really did. It was because all of a sudden, someone's taking interest in our opinion. So you can never overdo that, and I think we've all got a wee bit of time we could. I just thought it was a great example of what you can do.
And on the flip side, with the previous in 2018, we went holers bowlers into the community about the sale of this year's, and we had hundreds of people. We had this place full. Everyone here. We had people wanting to burn their houses down and do all sorts of things. And people who had to be escorted out of here. It's sometimes it depends what the issue is and how it resonates with people.
So I think probably just rather than going through each activity, looking at this screen, I mean, it's pretty clear where the community is dissatisfied, and we've identified that through the conversations that we've had. But I do want to talk about some of the positives, because a lot of the community that access or use our infrastructure and key services are actually pretty satisfied with what they're receiving, which I think is a good thing. We would be very concerned if overall water management was sitting anywhere below where it is, because, you know, that is one of our biggest investments, and also it's public health. So
that first screen's 80% of what we do.
Absolutely.
You know, if you look at 80-20, so yeah, that's where we need to put our, yeah.
yes, so I certainly don't want to diminish what some of our lower results are, but this sort of stuff is probably less financially restrictive to start working towards fixing. If we had significant dissatisfaction with our key services and infrastructure, we would have a very big problem. Whereas this stuff is more, yep, we need to get on the same team, we need to figure out how we're communicating with everyone in the district and make sure that we are improving that result for next time. And you'll be able to tell based on engagement that we have.
Which is, and to your point, which was well made earlier, it's what we do versus the politics of the day. And this is reflective of the politics of the day.
Absolutely.
Not to say that we, and I think we've all made the point, is we should be constructive and look to where the opportunities are to improve. I mean, I guarantee that there's, if you surveyed the public on rates capping across water services, what do you think the answer would be? I reckon 80% of people would think that that's within a rates capped environment. But politicians have never wanted to explain, you know, that to the public. So, yeah.
So to make sure we're getting the best use out of everyone's time, did anyone have any questions on any specific activities for today that they wanted answered? Or happy to take questions and address them in the report next week?
I didn't have a question, but I thought it was interesting that, and I'm talking over a longer time period, that our satisfaction with our playgrounds has gone down, and yet we've got one of the most amazing playgrounds in the country.
Councillor Thomas, did you have any other questions? Mute, Chris.
No, most of mine are very specific, just around the actual results that we got, and then looking for the commentary that sits in behind that. Yeah, I think other people have mentioned just about how we need to lift our game in terms of communication with the community. And it's a real challenge, you know, just for everybody, every business out there, every service, you know, community organisation, you know, how do you actually communicate with your, you know, your clients or your supporters when there's such a fragmented sort of marketing and promotional, you know, everything is all sorts of things. And I just think we just have to be better at everything. We're probably doing lots of the right things, but we have to be better at everything, and we need to make it really easy for people to help understand about issues. We know that rates bills are going out right now. We should have, front and center on our website. This is how your rates breakdown is, or whatever the commentary that we want to have around rates. But try to sort of front foot things instead of being reactive to them, and just use every channel that we can, every marketing opportunity that we can. I fully support what Councillor Wilson said about going out into the community, and I know other councils do have sort of these stand-ups, just regularly scheduled in cafes or whatever sort of thing that councillors or the mayor or whatever go to, and they just there talking with the community. I know we all do it informally, but we can have a structured thing like that as well. So I just think we have to really look at every marketing channel that we can to get the be able to respond and get the good messages out there.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Thomas. If there's nothing else for today, if you do think of anything, just let me know and I can include it in that report to come up next week.
Just go in tomorrow.
Yes, but I can add other attachments if needed, or more detail. That's fine. So yeah, if there's nothing else, I'll pass back to Mayor Bowen for closing out the day.
Thank you. No further comments. So that's right. Obviously, this is coming back to us in a report, and with the opportunity to deep dive into some of those comments if you so wish. So if there's no further questions, no, I think we can close off there, and then that's us for the day. So thanks for everyone's attendance. It's been a good couple of days. So yeah, I appreciate all the organisation that has gone in behind the scenes to put that together. Thanks, everyone.